let's get back into it. We were in the, yeah, we got 3 endings. Let's go for more. Ooh. Right, we were inside of a funny little secondary room. It does not tell me here, but maybe there's a key thing here. Okay, so immediate question right off the bat. So like the like legend over here, it only shows like circular keys. Although wait, now that I'm looking at it, I assume that since there are keys with square lock holes and keys with square handles, yeah, I assume there's just 2 different types of locks and keys. This is just an example. There's a See Invincible note, there's a float scorpion I can tell you about when the time comes. Alright, sure thing. Check the bed, okie dokie. A bed with a canopy. I've seen things like this in movies and stuff, but never in real life. True, you don't see too many these days. I can't see the details, obviously, but I imagine it's one of those princess beds Clover is so fond of. Clover wants one of these? Yes, she wants a princess bed. Didn't I say that? You think it doesn't suit her? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Ah, Junpei, judge her by her appearances, will you? And well, you should not. Boink. Pillow. Ooh! Just a bunch of rests on a musical note sheet thing. I see. This feels like glass. A rectangular plate of glass. Is there something written on the surface? Here's a sheet of music with a couple of A notes. No, the fuck it isn't. Just A's? Yeah, that's it. Kinda weird, huh? I don't know what you're reading here. Usually musical notes have like stems and shit. Or if they're whole notes, they have, well, a hole in the center. So, I don't know. I don't think Junpei's very musically inclined. It took Junpei by surprise. Snake, usually so calm and collected, suddenly began to move. He stared about the room almost frantically, clearly looking for something. No, Junpei thought, not staring. After all, he's blind. Blind or not, Snake was clearly attempting to do something. At last, Junpei could no longer contain his curiosity.
What's wrong? You got weird all of a sudden.
Snake waited a moment before answering.
I heard something strange.
Something strange?
Ah, well, never mind. It doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. I don't wish to toot my own horn, but my auditory senses are considerably more advanced than those of most humans.
Also, God, the fact that upon seeing his design, Luca called Snake Band Kid Edgeworth, I believe. I can see it now. I can definitely see that in the design. That's funny as fuck.
I notice even the slightest of noises.
Right. Are you gonna tell me you can hear a needle drop from a mile away?
No, such a thing would be impossible. However, while listening to the sound of footsteps and breathing,
again, I knew better than to.
the environment,
I think
can locate most objects.
I think Luca and I both took the same first route, but regardless, I did not go past the prologue because I know better. So don't worry about that.
Oh yeah, that's right. When Clover fell on the big staircase a little while ago, you were at her side immediately. So that was...
Yes, I could hear it happen. In fact, I can run quite fast. Certainly as fast as you. And should someone attempt to start a fight with me, I am quite confident that I could defeat them.
Okay.
Really?
Junpei was somewhat taken aback by his revelation. He stared at Snake, skeptical.
You don't believe me, do you? Care to give it a try? I must warn you, you'll no doubt regret it. Well, I suppose that's enough playing around. Let's resume our search.
I wanted to go one-on-one. With a small, self-satisfied smile, Snake turned and walked away from Junpei. Let's click the bed a few more times. This makes me miss my own bed and sleep. Do I need to click like the outside or just this part? Because it is just repeating dialogue. Or did I miss it already? They already... Hold on. No, it doesn't seem to let me click anywhere else. Things from a different perspective? Okay. Doing a bed. Junpei, I cannot help but notice your interest in the bed. I'm sure hoping we will spend time on it. Together. Yeah, I don't say stuff like, damn. That's not a mental image I want. Is that it? is that all there is to it? It's a bed. I don't want anybody getting the wrong idea, so I'm just gonna leave it alone, okay? Anything else? No? Okay. It's a white desk. Snake is rubbing it. This is a high quality desk. Teak, or perhaps mahogany? Wow, how can you tell? Oh, I have my ways. It's a small round chair. Looks like it probably goes to the vanity. Oh, wow, this fabric feels great. I bet that chair is really comfortable. Small round chair, real soft, white desk, a little fancy. Well, at least we've got light. What? Huh? What the hell, man? It's just a light. Of course. What is he so wigged out about? The lights are on. It's totally a table with a mirror. Ah, yes, you know, that sort of thing is known as a vanity. Were you aware of that, Junpei? Oh, we were supposed to click this first, okay. Of course, vanity also refers to self-love, conceit, and narcissism. As such, you can say it every day when a woman looks into one of these, she is staring at her own conceit and narcissism. Doesn't that strike you as terribly sad? Huh? Whatever you say, dude. The window's an iron plate nailed to it. Lights are lit. You're damn right. There's nothing in the drawer. Totally empty. What's this? This isn't a score. Is this a map of the ship? A map? There's a map of the ship here. Yeah. And I imagine it will prove very helpful. You'd best hold on to it, Junpei. Okay. It is now possible to use the map screen. Piano keyboard. What is Snake doing? He can't play, can he? This piano, there's something amiss with the keys. I mean, it's out of tune or something? No, not that. It's properly tuned, just... Well, the sounds are clearly purposefully different. C key doesn't yield a C, but rather a different note entirely. Same note goes for the D key. Same goes for the D keys. They play some other note. Why do you think it's like that? Isn't it painfully obvious? Zero modified it in some way. This piano, you see, is part of one of the puzzles Zero has set for us. Perhaps if we play the keys in the correct order, something will happen. In other words, we need to play a song on the piano. I believe so. A music stand. Well, might as well put this glass plate on it. Oh. Is something wrong? It's kind of hard to see the notes. Maybe if I put something under them? A background for the notes. Damn, we don't have the map in our inventory. Could just put that back. That would be a good background, maybe. I don't know. Yo, the bathroom. This bath water has got to be fucking disgusting. How long has this been festering? It's full of water. Is there ash or something in this water? It looks kind of, gray. Let's just pull the plug. No, hold on! Huh? Maybe we can, I don't know, use it for something? Use it for something? Gross, cloudy water. Something's bothering 7. Maybe I'll hold off on pulling this plug for a moment. Huh? This faucet is really hard to turn. Man, doesn't matter how hard I yank on it. This thing won't budge.
Heh. Hard for you to turn, kid? How about you let a man give it a shot? Or how about you let a man give it a shot? Yeah. 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 Damn it. Nothing. Might as well be a damn rock. Looks like something's holding that knob in place.
Well, if you can't do it, 7, I guess we might as well give up.
You know what else is hard? Testing, testing. Hey, it's great to see you all here. I just flew in from New York and boy are my arms tired. Yes, thank you. I'll be here all week.
7, nobody responded. Oh wait, no, I hear something coming out the other end. Well, damn, that's just rude of them. That's not a mic, 7. It's just a shower head.
What? What the hell? The lights, huh? Nope, doesn't look like there's anything hidden here.
Try shower head, doesn't look like I can get any wire to come out. A couple of light fixtures, they seem perfectly ordinary. Well, as ordinary as they can be with that kind of look. Well, the sink is clean. Any water?
Nothing's coming out. We got the faucet on all the way, but I can't hear anything.
Nothing's working in here, so let's leave. It's a heavy piece of paper. It's been folded in half. It has SCORE printed on the front of it. Score? That's gotta be musical score. That's true, and the score we just found was probably in here. Or at least at some point.
This is some sort of antique desk. Makes sense though, I guess. This whole room's full of antiques. You get a nice handful of cash for all the stuff in here.
Somebody spent a lot of time carving the legs of this chair. It'll snap like a twig if 7 sits on it, though.
Mind your own business!
Jesus, Junpei, rude. Score, I guess you put music in it. True. Up! False! There's an iron gate in front of the fireplace. There's something behind it. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus, what is going on with this place? This safe is locked.
It's one of those dial locks. Doesn't have a key, we just need to get the dials in the right place and it'll open.
Did you find anything, 7?
Nope. How about you, Snake?
I also found nothing. Save with the dial lock. Won't be able to open it till we know the right numbers.
See?
Yes, yes. Well, this feels like glass. Or rectangle of glass. Transparent, I assume. I can feel something printed on the surface. What is it? A sheet of music with some C notes on it. Okay. Safe with the dialogue. Won't be able to open it until we know the right numbers. Couple lights on the wall here. There's a chair. This couch looks big enough for 3 people.
Looks perfect for me!
What?
Or for an elegant gentleman like myself.
Couch looks a lot more elegant.
Hey! Something you aren't saying!
Never mind. Damn, Junpei is very rude today. Fireplace, huh? Don't see one of those too often.
Aren't a lot of people these days with real fireplaces and real fires.
Perfect musical score sitting on the table. Expensive looking chair. The vase.
I get it. You're gonna use the vase, right? That's pretty clever, Junpei. We just gotta fill this thing with water.
And? Fill this thing up with water and? What were you gonna say there, 7?
Looks like a vase. Maybe you could use that.
G. Rectangular piece of glass you can see right through. It has a couple of G notes written on it.
Huh, wonder what that means.
There's a suitcase made of leather, the color of rich mahogany.
Well, shoot. Looks like there's nothing in it.
Bathtub's full of gross, cloudy water.
Alright! Shouldn't be too hard to fill this vase up.
Hey, Junpei, what are you doing over there? Only one thing to do now that you got that thing full of water. Come on, what are you waiting for? It's a sink. The water doesn't appear to be working. What do they want me to do with this? I'll just take it. Just take it. So this is the locking thing. It's flashing red. That's usually not a good sign. Is that a microphone? It was like a satellite dish. Let me see. Judging by the feel of it, I would guess that we are meant to produce some sort of sound. And this device will sense it and unlock. So with the piano then, gotcha. What do you want me to do with this vase? You clearly don't want me to pour it in the sink, so what? Do you want me to like pour it on the piano? You want me to wet the fucking bed with it or something? Guess not. These keys are all messed up. Got that score played earlier. Can't see your notes very well. Had something to slide underneath. There's a reason. You know what? You got a point. An upright piano. A field of wood must be quite old. Just completely went out of my mind for a second. All right, time to put this fire out. About time, buddy. Let's do it. Here we go. Haha! Good job. Another success. That fire didn't stand a chance. I'll just pull this out. Don't want to get burned, so let's pull down the sleeves. I was trying to rotate it. As Junpei tucked the plate into his pocket, Seven cried out and stumbled, his balance lost. He threw out a hand and caught the wall in time to steady himself and avoid the floor, but his face was flushed and he looked startled.
Hey, Seven, what the hell was that? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, that's all.
Seven rubbed a couple of fingers across his brow and then shook his head, as if to clear it.
What the hell is wrong with me? First memory loss, now I'm getting dizzy for no reason.
Memory loss?
Junpei couldn't hide the surprise in his voice. Seven, for his part, seemed unconcerned.
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before we ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up. Didn't realize I had...
Whoa, wait a minute. You're talking about amnesia.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, why are you an amnesiac? What happened to you?
You can't just ask somebody why they're an amnesiac, Junpei.
If I knew that, I wouldn't really be one, would I?
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
Junpei paused for a moment and then stared at Seven.
Are you telling the truth?
Huh?
Well, you look pretty calm for somebody who doesn't remember anything. If you really got amnesia, shouldn't you be, like, upset or confused or something?
Well,
Bro, come on.
Sure, I mean, I was pretty confused when I woke up down on D-Deck, but that was a while ago. I've had some time to get used to it. After a while, I figured it wasn't worth the trouble of worrying about it. After all, why worry about something I can't change?
Fair enough, yeah.
People usually don't stay amnesiacs forever. I figure it'll work itself out eventually.
But that's it?
That's it. Alright, that's enough talking for now. Let's get back to work.
Alright. We kind of knew that already, but they were saying it in a different way, so I heard it out. Seven gave Junpei a look the younger man wasn't sure how to interpret, and then turned to walk away.
Something like that.
Somehow, though, Junpei didn't find his reassurances very reassuring. Let's go to the toilet, obviously, that's what I wanted.
There's some toilet paper on the wall there.
Nothing that looks too suspicious.
It's a toilet. Doesn't seem to be anything in the toilet or the tank.
Nothing strange going on here. Alrighty. Might as well put the music I found on it. I'll put the ceramic plate at the bottom and the glass plates onto... Wait a minute. What's wrong? Well, I put them all on top of each other, but they look odd. Doesn't really look like a song. In all likelihood, we haven't found them all. We need to find more glass plates. It's a safe. Won't be able to open it until we know the right numbers. Well, that's just it, isn't it? A leather suitcase. There's nothing inside. You can tell by the weight, and it makes no noise when shaken. Leather suitcase. Unfortunately, there's nothing inside. Okay. There's a plug. All right. Why don't we just drain the water? Yeah, good plan. All right, where's that thing? A good tug on you enough to get it out. Huh? Yo, the stinky score plate D. Transparent plate made of glass, yes? It's a sheet of music with a couple D notes on it. Alrighty. Maybe that's the last one. Well, no. We have A, G, D, and C. I'm not saying they would have all 7, like A through G, but like, it's a possibility. Hey, Junpei, where are you going? Didn't we come out of that door? No point to going back there. All that's out there are a locked numbered door and a dead body, or what's left of it. Yeah. Well, really, there's only one way to find out if we've got everything we need, and that's to go back to the piano. Dang, nothing in here. Okay, let's go then. Seems as good a place as any to put this music we found. Just gotta put the ceramic plate on the bottom and stack the glass plates on top of it. Alright, good. Sweet! Now I can play the music. There are no notes here. Junpei, would you be so kind as to play the piano? I am unable to, you see. I'm sure I needn't tell you, but keys in this piano are not what you might expect them to be. C won't be C, D won't be D, and so forth. You must listen carefully to determine which keys to strike. Do you understand? Yeah. Alright, let's give this a shot. Oh man. Okay, so I don't have to worry about these keys. Okay. Fuck! Okay. So it's 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 5, 4, 3, 4, 3, 5, 6, 6, 5, 4, 3. And we're done. Music is not my forte. Wait, what was that noise? Junpei, we did it! Looks like it worked. I have something unlocked over by the exit. Let's go. Good plan. Stand! Bow! Be seated! Well, I guess he hasn't forgotten that. At least Snake thinks it's funny. Yes, I suppose that was the classroom bell, wasn't it? I don't imagine that's what Zero was thinking of, however. No, Zero almost certainly meant to suggest Westminster, not middle school. Westminster? The palace in London that plays host these days to the Houses of Parliament. You've heard of Big Ben, the famous clock tower, yes? Big Ben plays that very collection of notes on the hour. London, the capital of England, huh? At any rate, the door was now unlocked. Let's leave this place immediately. Alright, let's get out of here. Alright, let's go! Let's not interact with that safe. Dong! He came out of the door and into a long straight hallway.
Another hallway?
He paused for a moment and turned around to look behind him.
That should do it.
Seven was bent over, apparently doing something to the door.
What's he up to?
Junpei had spoke more or less to himself, but apparently Seven had heard anyway. The larger man stood up and turned.
I was just putting one of those plates in there. It ought to keep the door from locking again. Now we can come back here anytime we want, right?
Oh yeah.
Why would you want to come back here?
Snake was a reasonable one. Seven thought about it for a moment before he answered.
I might like to play a little piano.
Piano?
Come on, let's get moving. We aren't out of this yet.
Without waiting for an answer, Seven started off down the hallway.
Well then.
Snake shrugged, sighed, and quietly followed Seven. That's a lie, Junpei thought to himself.
Say I could ever imagine Seven playing the piano. He couldn't use the piano in there anyway. The keyboard's a mess. But why would he want to leave the door unlocked then? I have no clue.
Hey, wait for me!
Junpei frowned and took one last look at the door before walking away towards his companions. After some time in the hallway, they emerged into a larger, more open area.
Whoa, a metal grate?
A large metal grate, like the door of a jail, divided in half.
Why is
Yeah, I'm fine. I just had to catch something before I dropped it. It all worked out. They shook it for a while, but as they expected, it did not move.
Figures.
Are those elevators over there?
No way to know if they're working or not from here.
There's a vital thing in the room no one interacted with. True.
Oh, there's a door just to the left of this grate.
Unfortunately, however, it was locked and refused to open.
Sounds like it's locked.
Yep.
Junpei took a moment to examine the left side of the room.
Stairs leading down.
They're blocked by the grate, though.
But this here seems accessible.
So we can open it?
Nah, I think it's locked too. Look.
In the center of the door was a small keyhole. Next to the keyhole, a small symbol had been carved into the metal.
What's this mark? The female symbol.
He wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Snake, naturally, was somewhat more sure.
Ah, the Venus symbol, I imagine. Do you recall the similar symbols near the large central stairway? They reference many of the solar bodies.
Oh, that's right. The sun.
And there was Saturn.
And Earth.
Yeah.
So, as you can see, that one is likely.
Not the woman symbol, but a Venus symbol.
Yeah.
So I assume.
Hold on. Where's Seven?
While they had been discussing the symbols, Junpei now realized Seven had slipped away. His absence now felt, Snake and Junpei turned to look for their missing
Down that
companion.
hallway.
My bad, I hit the wrong key there. Okay, did not miss a key up there, that's good to know. Seven had left them to head down the hallway, extending to the right of the stairs.
This way, Snake. Follow me.
Junpei grabbed Snake to head him in the right direction. They both headed off after Seven. Before long, the three of them stood in front of a door.
I wonder if this door will...
It was a French door.
How about that? It opens.
Junpei tested the door and realized that unlike so many others they'd encountered, it was unlocked. Almost as though he was afraid it would suddenly lock itself, Junpei threw the door open. He stepped inside.
Oh, wow.
It took only a moment for Junpei to take in his new
Is
surroundings.
this some kind of casino?
Sure looks like one.
Before Junpei could comment further, a noise from behind made him turn around. Snake was shaking the door they'd just come through.
Well, this is troubling.
As Seven and Junpei watched, he threw up his hands in frustration, then kicked the door for good measure. Junpei said, "Oh wow, it's made as free as possible." Yeah.
It seems we are once again locked in.
There was no reason to panic, however.
Even if that door was open, it's not like we had anywhere to go that way.
So we must find another exit then.
All right, guys, let's split up and search this room. Come on, no dawdling. Let's go.
Spurred to action by Seven's words, Junpei and Snake began to examine the room. Ba-da-ba-da, 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 ba-da-ba-da. All right, let's go. The casino. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Woo! Junpei, I found this on the counter. Feels like a playing card. Number 7. The 7 of spades. Playing card. Number 4. 4 of spades. There's a whole lot of glasses on that shelf. Doesn't look like there's anything back there, though.
Well, would you look at that? Someone left a bottle of booze here. And don't mind if I do. Ah, oh, that hits the spot. Feels like my throat's burning.
Damn, he really drank it. I don't even know how long it's been there. Maybe it's finally aged or whatever they fucking do with alcohol. I don't drink very often. Boink. Number 5, the 5 of spades. There's nothing on the table anymore. Standard run-of-the-mill chairs. Nothing special about those. There's a weird looking thing floating in there. Wait, when those 2 lights turned on, I heard something from the bottom of the fireplace. What was that? I heard something down there. And is that number 6? The 6 of spades. Coin bag. There are a whole bunch of coins stuffed into this velour bag.
Look at all these coins.
Perhaps these coins will allow us to convince the machines to move. Perhaps. There's a plate on it that says 2. Alright, let's drop this coin to the coin slot. My little bastards only need 1 of you. Spin the wheel. Damn. Oh! I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing here. I'm assuming I'm supposed to match the buttons to the symbols that are spinning. Either that or go for the 777s, but... Or alternatively, there's actually no correlation to this and the puzzle to escape from here. Like, we didn't have to open the safe at all. So, maybe this doesn't need to be interacted with either. And I am just wasting... No, I'm not wasting time, okay. 777! Yes, 777! Yeah, I think I hear something unlocking in there. Impressive, Junpei. It would appear to be unlocked now. There's something akin to a drawer in the bottom part of this machine, yes. As a pickup drawer for dividend. Probably the lock for the drawer got unlocked. Please open it, if you would. Ah, this drawer. What is it? Is there something in there? Yeah, playing card. And this is a key with the Venus symbol on it. Excellent, Junpei. Now we'll be able to open the gate. Just need to figure out how to get out of this room. Correct. Come on, Junpei. Hurry up. And he's off. There's a playing card and a Venus key. Better put the key in my pocket for later. As for the card, doink, number 2. The 2 of spades. I mean, it's just the fucking thing. It's the boink. Oh, that correlates with the buttons. That's why the coins dropped out there. Okay, this is the coin slot. Oh, I'm out of coins now. Okay. Doink. Seems the card is attached to the panel. And attached very well, it seems. If you don't mind, what sort of card is this? It's a playing card. The Ace of Spades, in fact. The Ace of Spades is stuck. It's on there real good. I don't think I can get it out. Alright, let's give it a shot. Let's check it out. Well, I don't have an 8, so I'm gonna come back. It's not working. So it would seem. I'm shocked and appalled that guessing at random has not yielded better results. Yeah. There's nothing in here. Yeah, club, diamond, hearts, whatever. Check out that stained glass. How beautiful. What? Huh? Stained glass is colored pieces of glass. It's placed together in a frame. As I've said many times before, I need only touch it to know. I can at least discern the basic structure. Stained glass is recessed into the wall. I can see the lighting fixtures though. Probably means the stained glass doesn't look outside. Number 3. The 3 of spades. Wow, this place is like super amazing. What's this place for? Probably for playing Baccarat. It's a little off though. Yeah, look at the middle of the table. There's something mounted on it, see? Perhaps. Suddenly, Seven began to speak.
Ah, Baccarat. You ever played Junpei?
Junpei shook his head. He barely heard of the game.
No, never.
Alright then, how about I explain the rules to you a bit? See, Baccarat is kind of an unusual game. You've got the banker and the player. The whole point is that you guess which one's gonna win. And whether the banker or the player wins, it all depends on their hands. The way each hand works is different from other games too. You see, you take the number from the ones place after you add up the value of all your cards. Whoever gets the number closest to 9 wins. If your number is smaller than your opponent's, you lose. And that's it. That's the explanation. Well, actually, there's a lot more to it. Strategy, details, that sort of stuff. But what I just told you sums up the core of the game pretty well. The single digit of the sum of all the cards you have. The strongest hand is a 9. And the weakest hand is a 0. You just ignore the number in the 10 spot. Do you get it?
Yeah.
He hadn't been asked for it, but Seven's explanation, rushed though it had been, was helpful.
Well, maybe half of it. Enough. I got a chance at winning the game if I played now.
However, we have no way of knowing if the puzzle in the Baccarat table makes use of those rules, and if it does, in what manner.
Then I guess we try everything.
Yeah, feel more confident, if only slightly, Junpei approached the Baccarat table. I'd see a playing card behind the thick glass case. It's the 8 of spades. Hey, Seven, are we really supposed to play Baccarat?
It's a Baccarat table. What the hell else would we do? Stop worrying about it. It's real simple. What's the opponent's hand?
Well, there's an 8 in that case.
Alright, and that's your opponent's number. If that's the case, what 3 cards do we need to get that number?
3 cards?
There are a couple of indentations with white lines around them, right? That means we gotta put down 3 cards. So,
Place 2 cards here and defeat the opponent's 8. That's what I've gotta do, I guess.
yeah, I think so.
Something tells me those aren't the only rules, but let's give it a shot. 3 empty indentations. Gotta pick up card and play it. If I can put them in the right spot, something ought to happen. Alright, let's check it out. Well, I don't exactly have the... Oop! No, that was it. Alright, if I just put down these 3 cards... Yes! Open sesame! Great! You did it, Junpei! Think it's telling us to take the 8 card? Come on, let's grab it! Alright, let's take this card. Number 8. The 8 of spades. 3 cards to put down are stuck to the table. They won't be going anywhere. They're dead. Doink. And you go, hey, all right, it opened up. Seems we have another device to contend with, yes? There are 3 slots in this one. Let's see. 3 slots for cards, and there's a 9 below them. So we probably gotta make 9 with the 3 cards we put in the slots, right? Just like what we did over at the Baccarat table. All right, let's give it a shot. I don't have enough for that. Can I have my cards back? I won't be needing them for this puzzle. No, okay. I guess I gotta look around for more cards then. Those are some strange looking chandeliers. Look kind of like the UFOs from that movie, Michelle's Farm Tools. What the hell kind of movie is that? There's a lot of expensive glasses. Even cheap drinks that taste great out of glasses like these. Doesn't look like there's anything else back there. Firewood. Nothing else. I have 7, 6, 5. That's it. No combination of those would make 9. The door's shut tight. It won't open. There's nothing in the drawer. I use to pick up money. It's locked tight. I can't get it open. That's equal 18. Oh shit, you're right. They hadn't like directly stated digital roots, so I wasn't like 100% sure if that would work with this, but I probably should have figured as much. Alright, so I put all the cards we had left into the slots. What happens now? Yes, I did hear something from the exit. Excellent work, Junpei. Wonderful. It seems the exit is unlocked. Let's go. Alright, let's get out of here. Junpei and his companions ran out of the casino and into a large open room. A room, in fact, they had been in once before. Okay, no keys on this track. Good. There was little to surprise them there. They had already known what their next step had to be. The iron gate still stood in place, locked tight, blocking the stairway. And right in the center of it,
The keyhole with the Venus symbol. The Venus key should work here.
wasting no time, he pulled it out and shoved it into the keyhole. He turned it, and with the distinctive sound of metal on metal, he felt the lock click open.
It sounds like it did. All right, let's get this thing open.
No problem. Let me help with this one.
Junpei grabbed the handle on the left side, Seven took the handle on the right. On Junpei's signal, they both pushed, and the gate creaked open.
It sounds as though you have opened it. We should be able to reach C deck now, I imagine.
Snake, are you gonna be all right? I mean, the stairs.
Please, do not do yourself the embarrassment of underestimating me. I would be unlikely to trip even if I were running backwards.
Good to hear. Let's move.
At Seven's words, they leapt onto the stairs and jogged quickly down them. In no time at all, they found themselves on C deck.
Everything looks okay here.
We should check the next deck down, just in case.
When he reached the water, he called back up to Snake and Seven.
Just what I thought. D-Deck is completely underwater.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The surface of the water below them was flat like a mirror.
I'm just glad the water level hasn't changed.
Back to this.
This feels more or less the
Now,
same.
How about we check out what's here?
They began searching around, taking stock of what was on C deck.
There are 2 elevators over there, which means it's probably the same.
There's a card reader between them.
Yep.
And another weird one.
Hey, check it out.
What?
See? It's got the...
Yeah, I see it. No two ways about it. That was a pretty good one, kid.
Okay, well, there's some slightly different dialogue since we have different people here, but, you know, it's mostly the same stuff. Seven tousled Junpei's hair in what he likely thought to be a friendly manner. Junpei feared his neck might break, even though it was clear Seven had kept his strength in check.
Oh, whoa, would you watch it, man? Whoa, that hurts. You're gonna break my neck.
What are you talking about? The human body ain't that weak. Maybe this'll toughen you up, huh?
If we were looking for a devil, we've got one right here.
Yeah, exactly. Thankfully, Snake interrupted. After Junpei's observation, he'd gone over to examine the card reader.
This is a Mercury symbol. The marks you mistook for horns are a stylized version of the wings and staff of Hermes.
Wings and a staff. Huh. So then... she beats you with the staff until you die and go to heaven. Sounds like Lotus, all right.
Come on. Seven shook Junpei's head even more vigorously, and the younger man began to feel as though his brain was being jostled about inside of his skull.
Seven! Oh, that's too much! Oh, my head!
Junpei's stomach began churning uncontrollably.
Oh, I think I'm gonna puke.
Unless we can activate this device, I doubt the elevator will function.
In other words, we gotta find a key card with a Mercury symbol on it.
So I would assume.
Let's forget the elevators for right now. How about that hallway to the left?
Whoa, there's a bunch of doors.
There were a great many doors lining both sides of the hallway. They seemed to stretch on forever, and all three men suddenly felt very small.
Ah, shit.
Maybe we can come back here later. We should check out the other side. Let's head back.
To right of the stairs, another hallway stretched out, reaching deep into the bowels of the
We're right
ship.
this time.
After a few moments of moving briskly down the hallway, let me just check something real quick. Okay, so after I do like this branch, I should just come back here and do this branch probably. That at least makes sense to me. And then after that, we can start fucking jumping around and grabbing keys. They emerged into an area roughly the same size and shape as the one at the top of the stairs. On the left side of the room were 4 French
There
doors.
are doors here too.
Let's open them up, starting with the closest one there.
Okay.
Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move. Told to have found another unlocked door, he threw it open. These Resident Evil 1-ass door animations. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. Yep, we're back here. He simply stood, unable to speak. Seven's eyes opened wide and his mouth gaped. After a few long moments, Seven at last managed to speak.
Hey, what is this place?
Mushroom Kingdom.
It's so huge. And
A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on Seven and Junpei. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, a little more than piping. Yeah, okay.
Oh, there are
Yeah,
Is
we've
this-
read all this before.
The harsh scent in the air is reminiscent of antiseptic solution.
Well, we still have our characters here that we didn't have last time, but you know, otherwise we have seen this before.
I think so. There are shelves in the center of the room with medicine and surgical tools.
Hey, look there. The 4 doors at...
Three of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint.
The left door says 3. The second door is blank, but the third has a 7. And the rightmost door is 8. There's no doubt. They're numbered doors.
Hey, why is that door between 3 and 7 blank? Does that mean anything?
No point worrying about it right now. Let's see if these will open first.
Yeah, good idea.
3 of them threaded their way through the beds, then toward the back of the room. Upon reaching them, they proceeded to investigate the doors, but to no avail. Damn. Fuck, I'm out of sync.
Locked. Just like I thought.
Naturally. After all, there are rules to the nonary game, and to allow these doors to open easily would violate those rules. Unless we can authenticate ourselves with the red, the numbered doors will...
Whoa, check this out.
Suddenly, Seven spoke up, interrupting Snake.
Look at the red. There's nothing on it.
Huh?
Don't you remember the red back at the main staircase? If there wasn't anyone in it, it said vacant on the little screen, remember?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
But this one,
There's nothing.
right? You think it's broken?
Only one way to find out.
Nothing. Looks like it's broke.
No, nothing.
Junpei and the others put their hands on the panel, but nothing happened. The red refused to change. They tried pulling the lever and still nothing. As soon as they discovered it wasn't only the red on the door 8 that seemed to be malfunctioning.
How about the red on door 7? And door 3?
I didn't think all of them would be malfunctioning.
What does it mean?
They've got to be broken. Man, that bastard. I didn't think Zero was the kind of guy who'd screw around with something like this.
Whoa. Zero's been prepared for everything so far, and you're saying he's gonna make a mistake now?
Well, that's the only thing I can think of. This thing ain't working at all.
While Junpei and Seven talked, Snake busied himself with examining the red. After a time, he lowered his hands and spoke.
It seems as if some of the internal hardware has been removed.
Internal hardware?
That is what I said. Take a look at the underside of this red, if you please.
Yo, bars?
The bottom?
Junpei obliged and bent over to look at the underside of the device.
Huh, there's a thin slot here. I think it's a slot for something. Probably electronic.
The other 2 reds are the same. Something's been removed from all 3 of them.
I get it. So the reds aren't working because somebody pulled out their guts.
So I assume.
But why? And who? I mean, it really doesn't make sense.
I have no idea. Why on earth would I know something like that?
Just then, they heard the sound of a door opening.
What now?
3 of them turned and saw... Akane! Oh, no, Junpei thought it's...
June!
She stopped short, surprised to see them, and was very nearly bowled over by the rest of her companions who were coming through a door behind her.
Ace! Santa! Clover! And Lotus!
Guess everyone's here.
Junpei and Seven were, for the moment, at a loss for words.
What are you guys doing?
Why are you...
That's my line?
Perhaps we should exchange information.
After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see each other one again. Alright, we've read all this before.
And that's what we know.
With that, Junpei finished his own explanation.
This isn't good. If the red is inactive, we can't keep going.
What about that big hallway? Maybe there's somewhere in there we might be able to go.
No, there's nothing there. The 5 of us had a quick look. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but
You mean all those doors are...
yes. There are a number of...
There was a door at the end of the hallway.
It had one of those solar systems.
It was the Jupiter.
Jupiter.
I wonder what it means.
Fusion seemed to be the
While
consensus.
we're asking what things mean, I thought this was a cruise ship.
Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are it's
The Gigantic?
Yeah, gigantic. You
What
mean
is
you
this
don't
gigantic?
know?
the Gigantic. She was a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century.
Okay, we're still on this branch, weirdly enough, is the thing. This is all like very fucking familiar to me, but we're still over here, so I guess I should be wary of something changing.
Actually, the Titanic had 2 sister ships. They intended to make her a passenger liner like the Titanic, but World War I began soon after the ship launched. The British Navy took her over. At some point during the war, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She ran aground afterwards, so she didn't end up sunk. What happened to her after that? One theory going around is that a man named Lord Gordain bought her. Seemed like he'd been one of the few to survive the Titanic sinking. That trauma turned him into some kind of obsessive collector of all things related to them. Soon enough, the guy wanted the Titanic itself. Which was impossible, but the Gigantic wasn't.
So you're saying this...
Yeah, at least I think I am.
That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old.
Pipe down. Just what, that's it? Well, have you got any proof?
Proof?
Proof that this ship is really the Gigantic.
Well, this ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So, I just figured.
Oh, for goodness. Don't tell me that's your only reason.
No, I've got more.
Like?
Well, I mean,
Then looked around, doing anything to avoid Lotus's stare. He scratched his head, then gave up. Finally opened his mouth.
I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
yeah.
Dong, dong, dong. A bell began to ring.
A bell.
It sounds like the clock in the main stairway.
Junpei Coyotes chimed carefully.
11... 12. Huh. 12.
It's midnight.
There's an iOS port, and I had to remove most of the puzzle rooms. That seems counterintuitive to the point of the game.
Then we've still got 6 hours left, right?
Okay, we're still here.
Let's get going.
What do you mean, find?
We've looked everywhere in this room.
They've been examining the
but we
room as they
haven't found
talked.
anything.
Right.
That only leaves one place.
One?
Well,
Huh?
Wait. Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms.
well, you already checked some of them out before you came here, right?
Are you sure we're still not there? Okay. Well, whatever you say, game.
We each checked a single room.
All right then. That's 5 rooms we don't have to search. We just have to split up the rest between the 8 of us. If each of us can do 6 rooms apiece,
There are 48 other rooms?
After some discussion, the 8 of them decided which rooms to begin with and what order they would go. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft.
Alright, so everyone knows which area they're searching?
yeah.
Yes!
They also determined when they would return to report their findings. The next clock sounded the time. It was entirely because Junpei knows about 7th amnesia and there's a branch. Yeah, fair. Yeah.
We'll all meet up when the clock goes off again.
Yeah.
I'll shout if I find any of the components we need. I hope we can find them within the time limit.
If this strategy failed, they returned to discuss their
If
options
we
later.
can't, then we'll just have to come up with another plan.
Right.
Then let's do this.
Details aside, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. From far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. Okay, now we're here. Which means this is all stuff we've seen before. Let's just move over to the split. The lifted Ace off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against, yada yada. We turn around landscape a little
Well, we
bit.
really don't have a choice now.
Really, I should just go to the options real quick and turn on that skip function because that seems like it would help with a time like this. Just let me do that real quick. I don't know why I turned it off. Probably because I skipped a lot of shit I didn't mean to, but I'm in a section that I know that I can skip, so it should be fine. You can still do the skip without the function. I was pressing the
We really don't have a choice
I was pressing
now.
the control button and it just sort of went into auto mode instead of skip mode. Doink. Yeah. Junpei's mind was already made up. So you can skip stuff you haven't seen before. Well, yeah, but it also wasn't letting me, like... Yeah, maybe it was... Fucking, I'll go back and, I'll go back and see. Hold on. Is there a way to go back to the... Yeah, without saving. Just so I can test this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we'll try skipping. I'll hold the button this time and see if it skips.
Well, we really don't have a choice now.
No,
We can't
it doesn't. No, it
sacrifice,
doesn't
right?
seem to.
You say something?
No.
It's a little bit of clicking. It's fine.
Huh?
Well,
Oh,
you first.
it's the same.
Got it. You're next.
I'll take
What?
who me.
Oh, you...
All right. Junpei.
Thank you for the follower. Let's go door. Let's try 8 this time. Wow.
I think I'm gonna go with door 8.
All right. Why does it always do this every time I click out of the fucking? Every time I click out of the window, it just stops the music.
Okay. 8 it is.
Yeah.
All right then. That means June's got to go through 7.
What? Why?
What?
Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain.
If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it.
Plan A.
Have
yada,
3,
yada.
5, and 8.
Yeah,
4,
yeah.
5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8.
Plan
Or
C.
3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8.
Yeah, but I've had bad experiences with leaving the chat, like, fully open. A lot of bots, a lot of people who, do not follow the rules, so...
There are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4, and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. I get it. You said this before, Santa.
Oh no, you're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June, who was scared to lose her, but he swallowed Steele's resolve and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up. This is just like when we went into the... We got
Yeah.
split up then too. I'll bet 7 and 8 are...
You mean
Yeah.
probably?
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9.
Yeah.
In other words, the game would end. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now.
Yeah.
I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. Here's Recon arrives, or still says, I looked at Junpei.
Everything's gonna be fine.
Junpei barely living gave an almost
Yes.
perceptible nod.
You guys are done, right?
He stretched to continue.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 7 and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more for dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Santa, 7, and June all walked toward door number 7. While Clover, Lotus, and Junpei head for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Then Lotus laid her hand against her chest, then turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then shall we go?
Let's go.
It's open.
Narrow hallway stretched out before them.
Okay. Hurry!
Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. Dip, dip, dip. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his left. Looked to his right. Then toward door number 7. Jun stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. He turned and looked toward him. Their eyes
Jun.
met.
Jumpy.
They nodded. The farewell took 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing?
Someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. You heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. Bracelet gave a cold blink. Junpei, that's a wall. Alright, so this is the middle route. Okay. So I'll clear this out. Then I'll do the other one real quick. And then from there, I can see what else I can do with everything else.
81 seconds left. Hurry!
Lotus snapped at him and ran to the dead. Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could.
It stopped.
With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm, aloof perhaps.
Pointless.
She murmured to herself without emotion and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity. Is that how it's receding? I've never seen it spelled that way.
What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with the boys.
Her sarcasm seemed a little more biting than was perhaps necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl.
Maybe pairing these two together was a mistake.
Perhaps.
Right now, I better catch up to them.
After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed. It's gotta be a typo. Yeah.
Oh, it's
yeah.
a dead end.
There's been a couple, but nothing too excruciating.
There's a door on the left, though.
For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door, examining it. Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it.
Laboratory?
Oh, that doesn't sound very pleasant.
Me either. But there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices.
Junpei,
Huh?
please, you first.
Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect.
Fine.
Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division.
You know, I think the window looks into another room.
Maybe it's for monitoring something.
Junpei walked to the window and looked through.
What the hell?
He wasn't sure what else to say. Centering the room, shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table.
It looks so creepy.
Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up to him.
It's kind of like that doll is waiting for surgery.
This is a laboratory, right? I'd say it's more like it's waiting to be experimented on.
Ooh,
It's creepy either way. You don't think that thing's gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know.
Oh no.
Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying.
She was gripping her arms, then the knuckles on her hands went white.
Wait, where's Clover?
She was still standing near the entrance to the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somewhat sad.
What is she?
There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and as kindly as he could spoke. I'm just curious, if you go straight down, which one is that? Okay. Not what I thought.
Are you okay?
Clover looked away.
What are you talking about?
What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet.
What? I can't be quiet if I want to?
Well, I mean, of course you can. I just...
Okay then. If I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay?
Come on, you know I can't do that. We gotta work together.
Clover bit her lip and was silent for a
Junpei,
moment.
You just
and then
don't get it!
her cry took Junpei by surprise and he stumbled a few steps backward, alarmed.
My brother's not the kind of person who just leave me behind.
Oh, right.
Something
This is the
happened to him.
right. This is when Snake disappeared. Right. Okay.
Something bad.
Yeah.
Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned to them.
What happened?
Clover's eyes slid to Lotus, then back to Junpei.
Look, just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone.
Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk away quickly.
Hey, wait, Clover! Hold on! That way is...
I told you to leave me alone!
Might as well have been talking to a wall for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway.
Clover, watch out above you.
Without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis. That's a new one for me. Sealing Clover in.
What the heck? What's going on here?
Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could.
Hang on. I'll get it open.
Oh, for crying out. You'll never do it on your own.
Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined them. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but
Damn it! It's not moving.
Wait! Are you gonna give up? Just like that?
No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles.
yeah.
If it is, then there's gotta be a way to open it.
Junpei
Just
nodded.
what I was thinking. Now all we gotta do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here.
Oh, yes, I'm on it.
All right, here we go. Laboratory. Boink. Junpei, do something, please. I'm trying. I just started, I mean. Give me some time. A window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. Oh man, there's a lot of safes over here. Ethanol! Yo! What if this is for antisepsis? Oh, it says anhydrous ethyl. Anhydrous? Is that different from regular ethanol? Oh, fuck, I skipped dialogue. It can erase marks even left by a permanent marker. These lockers are a little larger than the ones up top. Let's see if there's anything useful in here. And no, nothing. Well, there's some cardboard boxes over here, some paper and stuff in them. What's in the boxes? They look quite full. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments, but it's all really technical and stuff. I don't really get it. Whole bunch of steel lockers. The now on the right all have little red lights on them. Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Oh yeah, just as I thought. Locked tight, all 9 of them. I wonder if there's anything important in there. The computer! This is the computer. The power isn't on. Well, there's a power button. This is a waste of time. What? I don't see a power cable. Oh, yeah, you're right, no power cable. The thing isn't even connected to a main computer, though. It's got a monitor, keyboard, mouse, but that's it. Sticking the power cable in isn't gonna do anything. Oh, I don't know about that. Eh? The keyboard. The mouse. There's not any power, so it isn't working. The power cable, huh? What else we got around here? This is a keyhole. This looks like a keyhole for the activation key. I think this thing's supposed to power that machine in the other room. Doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. It's a really old type of keyboard. Well, I mean... There are 2 levers here. You think they activate something? Why don't you move on? Why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. No, it doesn't look like anything's happened. The hands on the clock stop moving. The clock may stop as time goes on. No time to screw around. We need to figure out a way out of here. Too true. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. The power cable, huh? I'll take that. Thank you. 3-pronged power cable. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this stupid ass model for it. There's definitely a power cable. Do you remember if we ran into anything that didn't have power? I've got it. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Something that might be useful. At the moment. Oh, power cable. So one end of this needs to be connected to a monitor. The other end needs to plug in under the desk. All right, let's just slip you in and, huh? Well, shoot, I can't use this. What's wrong? This cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. It's not gonna fit, is what I'm saying. In other words, we're gonna need a plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. That's right. Okay. Well, in that case, let's look around a bit more. Hey, Clover, how are the power cables over there?
Huh? What do you mean?
Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2?
I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look.
Guess she does have to crouch down to get a look under there.
Cable on the monitor has, it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean?
That's it! Okay, can you unplug that cable and bring it over here?
Okay, but...
But...
Well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer, so I can't take it over to you.
Damn it, it's no good then!
Well, how about just the plug?
What?
The plug? Well, maybe more like a, connector. It's the sort of thing that makes the plug with the 3 metal things into a plug with 2. Still useless?
Not useless. Not useless at all. That's just what we were looking for.
Okay, can you hold on for a little bit?
And back down she goes.
All right, unplugged. I'll hand it over to you at the bars, okay?
Okie dokie.
It's a rack. There are a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the outer stuff. I can see the wires. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen lying over there. I think somebody probably used it to make the table black.
Well, they probably only used the pen on one part of it. And there's probably something underneath all that pen. Clover, think you can erase it?
Yeah, sure. Oh, this is a permanent marker. Chupa, do you know how to erase ink from a permanent marker?
Erase ink from a permanent marker. Give me just a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. Gotta switch to the ethanol in my inventory. Oh yeah, I gotta give it to her in the bars.
Is this like an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys.
Yeah, that's just Stan. He's vibing. We died. Oh shit. Oh yeah, it's just gone on stream. That's crazy. Clover uses ethanol. You should be able to wipe that off the permanent. What
am I gonna wipe it with?
Oh well, your clothes, of course. Kidding, just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. Anyway, could you wipe off that ink? Look, Clover. Right now, at this moment, you're the only person we can depend on. I'm trusting you with this.
You trust me? I feel kind of special.
Let's go see if she does it. Doink. Use it.
Huh?
Soak it in ethanol and then use it to wash off the stuff with the permanent marker, okay?
Right, okay, so I gotta soak the cloth with ethanol.
Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the ball of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask you to get to work on that stuff on the table.
Junpei, it's working! It's wiping the permanent ink off.
Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all that permanent ink. What's the deal with the drawing that Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table.
I wonder what this is. There are a bunch of numbers in some kind of grid.
I can't see it from here. Clover, you got a pen and a notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bars?
Okay, Roger.
I feel like it's some kind of hint.
Here, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here.
Paper with numbers on it acquired.
New material has been added to the file screen.
Right, here you go, 2-prong plug, thank you. Okay, put the 2-prong plug on the head of this power cable, and we got a 2-prong power cable, yeah!
It fits perfectly. This should be just what we need.
Alright, thank you. Now let me open the file menu. Clover's note. The note Clover copied from the stand in the laboratory. It has 4 numbers written in 9 separate cells. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Whoa!
This looks like a control for some kind of electric lock. The red light's on.
It's gotta be locked.
There's a green light just below it, although that one isn't lit.
I bet it'll be lit if we can unlock it, right?
Yes, but how are we going to unlock it? There's no keyhole, no card reader, and no keyboard for putting in a password.
No idea. Okie dokie. Whole bunch of lockers. 9 of them are locked. That's all there is. Boink. Alright, I got a 2-prong power cable in my hand. I'm pretty sure this will work. Under desk I go. Let's just plug this into the monitor. Alright, that ought to do it. That ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think anything's gonna happen.
Why not?
Well, it's not connected to the main computer.
You never know until you try.
Pretty optimistic. Junpei pushed the button at the front of the monitor.
Oh, that worked.
With a soft hum, it turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen.
What?
He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this.
It's running on its own?
It certainly looks like it.
Isn't that kinda weird?
What?
Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just this keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So, why is it working?
Maybe it's a wireless display.
Perhaps.
A wireless display?
Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly, hence the name. Have you been living in a cave, Junpei?
He most certainly had not, but...
Is that normal?
Yes, at least where I worked.
Oh.
Oh, it stopped.
Pass with a colon.
Looks like we need to enter a password.
Again? There must be a hint around here somewhere.
Could you go take a look?
Yeah, I'm on it. What are you going to do?
I'll see if I can do something about this on my own.
On your own?
Yep, on my own.
Lotus?
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Lotus pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself onto it in front of the keyboard. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left and right.
All right. Let's kick some ass.
Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Then before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed. The click of the keys running together like machine gun fire.
Wait, what?
Junpei was, for once, at a loss for words.
Didn't expect that, did you?
Of course I didn't. You're typing so fast. I can't even see your fingers. What kind of job do you have? What are you?
I'm unemployed at the moment. I used to work for a cybersecurity firm, but
Why?
Lotus blinked.
it was just something.
She stopped typing for a moment and her face fell.
I see.
This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized, and quickly shut his mouth. Lotus's fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds she was back up to speed. As she typed more letters and symbols that meant nothing to Junpei began to pour across the screen.
Oh, what are you doing now?
I'm going to try and brute force it.
Brute what?
A brute force attack is... Well, the short version is that I just attack the thing head on. The long version?
Without looking up or slowing down, she began to explain.
A brute force attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time. I'm writing a program that would run an attack like that on its own. It's not the most elegant solution, certainly. But given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do.
Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed or missed a beat. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little
but
odd.
Back to what we were talking about earlier.
What were we talking about?
The wireless display? It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it?
Perhaps.
How do I put it? Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an addition problem for you. All right?
Oh man. They hit me with the music. You know what that means.
So you enter 1 + 1. The screen will show you 2. See? Isn't that strange?
No. Not really.
Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. You're just not getting it, are you? Who calculated 1 + 1?
The main computer, right? You said it connected to the monitor wirelessly.
Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they've decided that, they'll start examining this monitor. They might poke the screen or something. Ah, I see the color changes when I press it here. Then they might investigate the hardware on the inside. Oh, I see. So this wire supplies the power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires. Ah, yes. Just as I expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear.
Oh, man.
It must be this device which does the calculations.
Oh.
But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. But these cave people wouldn't know that, because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected wirelessly.
Lotus continued to type. Junpei scratched his head.
What are you trying to say?
Nothing, really. It's just, I thought maybe, what if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that?
Huh?
Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, interesting. So stimulating this part of the brain causes the person to see colors. That must mean this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Ah, just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes must occur in the human brain. See? Doesn't it sound the same?
I guess, yeah.
Maybe the brain is just an output device, like this monitor. Maybe our thought processes actually occur somewhere else, in a main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it. Just like those cave people wouldn't know about wireless communications. We can't imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information into our brains, where we experience that information as thoughts.
Junpei didn't say anything. Not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly, and he was a little surprised that he'd be hearing something like it from someone like her.
The brain is just an output device. Human thought actually occurs somewhere else.
That's just crazy talk.
Did Lotus really think that, he wondered? It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It said, altogether, too much like a bizarre cultish religion.
Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia.
Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus continued.
If memory is actually stored somewhere else, in some sort of main body somewhere, maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all. He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged.
Huh.
I suppose that would explain aphasia and blind sight too. Perhaps they actually can speak or see. The monitor just isn't functioning properly. I guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing.
Wait a minute.
Not sure about all that, Lotus.
What?
He knew what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV, and blindsight was easy enough to guess, but he never heard the word prosopagnosia before.
What? You've never heard of prosopagnosia?
Lotus spun around in his chair to look at him. Junpei just shrugged and shook his head.
What is it?
Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours.
Yeah.
So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Yeah, this came up in one of the Somnium Files games. It's been a bit long, so I can't remember which.
Usually they can make do by associating people with other things. Their voices, their clothes, their hair.
Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks?
No, I don't think so. Well, you've seen monkeys, like in a zoo, right?
Monkey?
To you and me, all the monkey faces look the same. Even though they've obviously got faces, it's almost impossible for a human to distinguish between them. The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys eventually, but you or I couldn't unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart. Well, that's how people would be to someone with prosopagnosia.
Prosopagnosia. Huh. I didn't even know that kind of thing existed.
Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head.
And, what were we talking about?
The idea that your brain is just an output device, like a monitor.
Actually, I don't remember either. There's also an Ace Attorney 6. Oh, yeah. That might actually be what I was thinking of. Maybe it wasn't in Somnium. Well, actually, no. If you're saying you don't remember which, that means it definitely was in one of those games. It was just also in Ace Attorney 6. Okay. Whatever.
Are you serious about that stuff?
Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it.
What about the other half?
Well, I guess I was just adulting.
Okay.
Not funny.
Didn't laugh. Lotus's smile is something rather masochistic to
It's
it.
nothing more than a story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind, and I just talked about it to kill time. But looks like I don't need to talk anymore.
Why?
I don't have to kill time any longer.
As she spoke, Lotus raised her arm high and brought down the enter key.
Oh, then you finished that brute whatever thing?
I certainly did. And let's see what we got.
Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession, and then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. Screen cleared, and all that was left was the word accepted.
Piece of cake.
Too easy! Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares, erasing a 3x3 square.
The screen changed again. What the hell is that?
No idea. Looks like a puzzle.
Suddenly, Lotus stood up.
Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff?
Just double checking. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, I can't do anymore. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The keyboard. Nothing. So, there's nothing more I can do. Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei.
What?
Let me take a break, all right?
Okay.
I did my part.
Well...
Okay. He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself.
You're right.
No problem. And make sure you know when you should thank people.
Now, I better take care of this myself. No more relying on anyone else.
Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. Let's fucking go. Alright! I solved it! Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where did it come from? Junpei, thank you so much for everything. What's all this about? And also, I'm sorry I messed up. Hey, we can talk about this when we get you out, okay? Just hang on, Clover. I'm gonna get you out of there right away. I think this is the first time I've actually seen a genuine smile out of this chick. Okay, what unlocked? The control device for the electronic lock. There's no way to input the password, though. If we want to open this door, I bet we need to do something somewhere else. Hey, Clover! There's a door over here, too!
Wait, I'll be right there.
I can hear her over there. Is this door gonna... Damn it! I can't open it! Clover, what about your side?
It won't work. I can't even move the knob.
What unlocked, though? Power distribution board and the control panel. They're not working at the moment. It's a clock. It's an equipment. I don't need a computer anymore. Oh, it's the fucking saves.
Look, Junpei. The lights on the lockers are green.
We must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. Doink, what's in here? Keys? More than one in here.
This one is small. Looks like it goes to some sort of machine.
This one has the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches a keyhole in the door on the A deck.
Well, if that's the case, we probably don't need the
Earth key right now. All right, I'll just tuck this away in my pocket then. As for the other key, yo, look at this little guy. What key is this?
For shape of it, I'd say it's not for a door. Probably some sort of device. Oh!
What is it?
I wonder. I guess maybe the activation key for that thing?
Activation key? That thing?
Yeah, it has to be. I feel good about this.
It was just at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover.
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
He put the puzzle aside for a moment and walked over to Clover.
What's up?
I wanted to ask you something.
Hmm?
Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right?
Yeah?
Did you hear him say, like, anything weird?
Huh?
Why is she asking me this? Junpei wondered. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course, she would have been worried about him.
Well, let me think.
He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something, even a small something that would help her. However...
Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person, or something like that, but that's about it.
Okay.
Clover's words were barely audible. She nodded vaguely at Junpei and turned to walk
Hey,
away.
wait a minute.
Hmm?
Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, is Snake, was he born?
I mean, yes, most people are born.
You're talking about his eyes?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm.
His arm?
Yeah. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm. The accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm.
Oh.
Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover. Junpei nodded.
Look, I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff.
It's not that.
Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs. Alright, now let's go put the activation key in what I assume to be the right place. This key. The shape sure makes it seem like it goes to this machine. Alright, I'm turning it on. Okay, the monitor's on now. full of letters. Doink. It's showing some kind of warning. Power restored to the experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal behavior. Okay. This power restored to experimental device. Well, typing on this keyboard isn't doing squat. I'll enter the key and activate this machine. Let's move around some. Stand for various pieces of equipment. Some of them might be useful. Okay, nothing over here. The only thing that's changed is the lever's down now. Not very impressive. I'll get Clover out of there. Let's view through here. Is there anything new going on around here? Something sticking out of the mannequin's head like wires or something. What the hell were they doing in there?
They were doing experiments on humans. Probably.
Oh man, now she looks sad. This is the monitor. There are a whole lot of cables under this table.
Junpei! This thing in here is on now.
Oh yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Would you like play with it a little?
Okay, yeah. I'll turn this dial here.
Turn.
I don't think it's working. Nothing happened.
Well, maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. Maybe if you increase the voltage?
Roger. Will do. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to max.
Max voltage? Hey! Wait, Clover! Oh, shit.
What? I think,
Boom! Die. Oh god, where is it?
oh my god! The mannequin's head!
Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. What the hell? Fire detected. Fire detected. The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. Mannequin's head's on fire. Okay, it looks kind of funny, but this is no laughing matter. If I don't do something, Clover will fucking die.
Hey, Junpei, do something! This is your fault!
My fault? Is it? Well, it looks like it was almost melted by the heat from the fire.
Junpei! It's so hot in here! Help me!
I'm trying. I don't really know what to do. My control device. The green light is on.
Junpei! Look at the light!
Yeah, it's green. The emergency system activated. Disable the lock. Now we can save Clover.
Junpei!
Come on, kid. Jump. Hey. Oh, don't give me that look. Ah, she's safe. Oh man, that smoke is some serious business. Time to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk.
Of course I'm not alright! What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? I was almost dead!
Sorry, I was going as fast as I could.
You two can do this later. Right now I need to get the hell out of here. The fire's not gonna stay in that room forever.
Let's leave. Junpei, Clover, and Lois left out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them.
Whew, thank God we got out of there.
Yeah.
Finally.
Oh, yeah.
All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one he could feel his body begin to calm down.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
They nodded to each other and they started off down the hallway. Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked.
Damn, none of these open. They're all locked.
He liked, gulped, and subscribed? So true.
How about that one?
Oh man, I forget. You know, speaking of that, since we're going back to Ace Attorney on your stream tomorrow, Ollie, I'm trying to remember when he returns in that case. The final door sat in a corner of the hallway.
Let's hope this is the door with the prize.
Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There was no doubt. The voice belonged to. Fairly early I thought, yeah, fair enough, that's what I'd remember too. I just wasn't 100% sure. Either way, it doesn't matter. Nothing I do next stream is going to top what I did at the end of last stream. God. Last Ace Attorney stream, I mean. Oh, hey, June.
Huh?
He spun around, and there at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them.
June? Santa! 7!
They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air. Oh, okay, after this, once we get here, I can move back to the other thing. Oh my god, there are 2 keys here I missed? Oh wait, no, this is unlocked. Okay, so that means that I got it, or I have what I need? I still don't get this. I'll figure it out later.
Hey, what are you guys doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys, could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found.
Hey, on the wall.
A map of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Sometimes it's just information you need. Oh man.
Door 7 and door 8.
So I'm gonna need
They
to.
both eventually end up at this hallway.
So I'm gonna need to go back and find more information at some point.
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again.
Maybe the
Otherwise,
pier
we won't
locked
be able
again.
to open
Oh
door
man.
9. And that's how the nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. This leads to...
As he looked closely, surprise and excitement gave way to wariness.
Oh.
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
Yeah.
As one, they all moved back toward the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to open.
Oh, almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled out the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. 6 of them stood together in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took the hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready?
They nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa opened the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the map had said they would be.
Back. In the hospital room.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying.
I think as long as you follow the red path right now, you can get an ending. What, you mean just go straight down the middle?
The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
He looked like anyone might, after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Well, we saw... Anyway, I said we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? Here.
Seven tossed the thing to the thing.
Jeez.
He caught it and found what the object was a key.
I see. So this is Jupiter.
He looked over at June, who nodded back. It had to be a Jupiter symbol.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that.
Yeah.
Well, I've got something for you too then. Here, it's the Saturn keycard. We found it in the kitchen. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Yeah. On it.
And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored.
So how many unused keys do we have now?
There's the Earth key we found in the laboratory. The Jupiter key you just gave. And the Saturn
You just
key
gave-
card from Lotus. I'll keep them safe.
Gay! Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Wait!
They were the first words anyone heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words.
What about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just lead us back to the big hospital room.
Anyway, yeah, I guess I'll just, like... Yeah, as soon as it moves me down here, I'll just, Oh, well, you know, that's the problem, right? I actually don't remember, which number I need to hit to go this way. So, we'll figure it out when we get there.
There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
Yeah, you're right. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I've had a nice long rest. So 7, you'll...
Huh?
Junpei did the calculations in his head. It looks like 7 was doing them too. At least he gave up.
Damn. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
All right.
Oh, okay, so yeah, I will skip things that I've, like, already done now, since it's, like, off like that. Okay.
Let me explain.
The door 1? Okay. Da, 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 da.
Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
At the end of the hallway lined by individual rooms.
And here's the Jupiter symbol on the key.
All right, Junpei. Open it if you please.
Okay, so we're still here. I think I should just not bother with it for a moment. Well, actually, no, wait, no, yeah, this was already... We've been here before, so I can skip through it. I can skip through it, no problem. And just wait until I get the choice, and then I can go for, like, 1-ish. I can just save before the choice, so if I get it wrong, I can just load it again. Messy if there's any reason we came back here. No idea.
You know, that's a good question.
Junpei looked off into the distance thoughtfully. Lotus sighed and shook her head.
I can't believe this. You guys followed me here, but you don't even know why. Junpei, you've got the solar system keys, don't you?
Yeah.
He did. He pulled them out.
The Saturn key card. And the Earth key.
What about him?
Junpei didn't see what they had to do with anything, though. Both he and Santa were completely lost. Fortunately, June took pity on them.
Don't you remember the elevator?
Okay, yeah, it's not letting me skip anymore,
On
so
C
yeah.
deck, where we are now.
It'll only let me do it
There was
once.
a
Okay,
big
yeah.
elevator behind the stairs.
I get it now.
remember?
I get how the skip works now. You gotta double tap it for the skip to show up when you have it off. And only
next to
and
the
only on
elevator,
parts you've
there
done
was
before.
a card
Gotcha.
reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with...
Okay. They go around, they fuck around and find out. They push the buttons, they go down the elevator. June was probably afraid of the fact that they could only go down, obviously. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator they were on couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor. Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, okay, so this is basically the same then. Gotcha. Yeah, okay, yeah, we've seen this. Doink.
We'd probably die.
Thanks for stopping there.
Oh no. Don't be so casual about something like that.
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back.
Okay, good idea.
Now then.
Junpei glanced around at the room they'd found themselves in. They see a funny little door, number 6. It's vacant. They see a map. And what's on that map? They start doing math, as always, those kooky kids and their math. I say kids, one of them's 40. Snake is fucking dead. There he is with the LR on the wall. Fuck around. We got the weird face on Snake as he gets jumped. The weirder face on Snake as he tries to scan the thing. Was Zero still on the ship with them? You know, he wasn't sure.
Something's still strange.
Hmm? What was that?
Well, I'm just wondering about one thing.
And what's that?
How can you be so sure that Zero's on this ship?
Ace's eyebrows shot up.
Really, Junpei? I confess I'm a little disappointed.
You never have to go to the shower.
Usually
In fact,
you're
he's
rather
heavily
sharp.
incentivized not to. Yeah.
Isn't it obvious?
Wait, it is?
This ship.
Huh?
This shit.
Zero said, this ship, several times when he addressed us. If he weren't here, he wouldn't say this ship, would he? He'd be saying something like, that ship, or the ship.
That's a really good scene to the side, too,
I
I'm
guess
sure.
That makes sense.
His explanation made perfect sense. Junpei felt a little foolish he hadn't seen it himself. Still, he was left with a question. It was one of no small
If
importance.
Zero's on the ship, where is he?
And where's the caveman? Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across around his back and his throat. Alright, yeah. Clover says that, Zero was among us, and, well, it's possible.
Well, that's possible.
Huh?
Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us.
What are you saying, Jumpy? Didn't you hear what Ace said?
Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason.
No reason. I've got a great reason.
And what's that?
The bracelets.
He
Why
held
are
out his
bombs
arm.
in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier. But if that's the case, then why is the bomb set off by the
You got a point.
I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the Nonary game. All of the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that?
Junpei let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered.
So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
Seven, when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Alright then. I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right?
Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation.
So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake is Zero. Hence, Zero is one of us.
Damn, Junpei, these digital root things have gotten to your head, huh? You've even started speaking in math.
Seven and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us.
No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up.
What were his motives?
His motives?
Yes, isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us?
Oh, well, that's because...
Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that, and to be honest with himself, he had no idea.
I don't know.
Well,
Lotus
so much
sighed.
for making a persuasive argument, Junpei.
In other words, you only had circumstantial evidence.
I don't really think that's...
Only had circumstantial evidence. Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Then that horrible silence. Dong. Dong. Bell.
Then we need to move now. Seven, Clover, Junpei, I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
You're right, but...
Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say inside. Seven and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving. They walk around, they fuck around with some cards, they put it in there. Da-da. 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 They fuck around, they find out, you know. And we have some cards here. No more cards! They beat the shit out of each other, you know, normal Thursday. Wednesday. Okay, so middle. Oh, I can't fucking check the floor. Oh, you sacks of shit. Of course you lock it out here. Okay, we got Rubbish saying 1 and Carrick saying 6. So of course I'm gonna click door 2. No. Alright, that's 2 for door 1. I'll check it, and if this ain't right, then I'll just go back here. It's not that big of a time loss. Especially with the skip going on. Unconvinced, they moved along. Junpei was being a little snarky, he was doing a little trolling. Oh, it is 6? Well, that is unfortunate. You should be able to go back. Yeah, I'm going.
1, 2, 3.
Da 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 da. You just jumped out. You know, you're right. You're you're right. I don't know why I'm trudging through all this. But you know, we're already here, so might as well skim through it. We all went 7 and Lewis beat the shit out of each other for the 17th time. See, rubbish gets me. Alright. So yeah, I'm assuming that yeah, since these have the locks on them, I gotta go through these. Or they have the keys on them. Yeah, I do have to go through these. No skipping around there. I'll never get over Junpei's face in that cinematic. It's just so wonky looking. Like, it's not badly done or anything, it just looks weird. Da 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 da. I don't know if you need to be in this game. Okay, is this the scene that I need to, is this the scene I need to get the key thing, or is it something else? Either way, I'm gonna go up the stairs. It isn't necessary. Okay. I mean, I'll still give it a shake, of course, but you know. Okay, I can't actually use the skip function here. I gotta click through everything. He's still saying, well, I mean, y'all were saying that it might just appear locked and that I could probably still be going through here and get a new ending. There's no wheel. Drop a save now and then go to the next scene. Okay.
Yes! The door's open!
I mean, I'll go back either way, but you know. See if the keys change. I don't. Oh yeah, true. No, it's still like that, yeah. But I have all the other red. Yeah, I have all the other red keys, so I guess that means there's something I still need to find in here. Okay. Oh, is this the scene, or? I mean, is this gonna be any different than it was before, or?
What are you looking at?
It's a photo.
Sister?
Yeah.
She was only about an inch tall then? Oh, sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for... Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
I was her Santa Claus.
Okay, but the thing is, right? Yeah. I have all the other red keys are unlocked. All the other red keys are unlocked, so that means there is something in this room that I haven't found yet, which means I need to go back here and unlock it, I think. I found 2 keys here, and I found the key here, and a key here, so, I mean, I guess I should just go back. Yeah, I'll just go back. It says it at the top part, not at the bottom part, so I'm going to assume it's in the engine room and not the handle, so. Alright. Yeah, I'll just go back. Small door, it's welded shut. Okay, yeah, we gotta go through this again. Let's go. Okay, can't go through that door. Can I go through this door? There's a box in front of it. No, of course not, you fucking dipshit. This way. Okay, now we go through the B. Nope. I know there was a way to get to the B. Oh, like here. Doink. Break off the wheel. Alright. Yeah, just yell when I'm about to skip over the thing that's that I missed the first time, I guess. We'll go through A. We'll go through A. We'll go through C. Turn the wheel, it only goes down.
I believe the box.
I also believe in boxes. They stood for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him.
You know, speaking of experiments,
Santa suddenly stopped.
there was this experiment some scientists did with rats. First,
Oh yeah,
they
this
took
is
a
new.
squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified, which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit.
Okay.
Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No,
Okay.
on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
What were they cooking?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him.
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that, but I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. And we gotta get the hell out of here before...
Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone.
Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you. What?
Santa stopped and turned around.
Why did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh.
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
Huh?
Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown.
Merchants? Craig? God damn it. Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching, and his stomach felt strange. Okay, so now if I remember correctly, you go back to A, down the steps. It didn't feel strange, you felt Craig nice. So true! Oh, check the flowchart? Okay. Oh, it's unlocked! So does that mean I can move, does that mean I can move ahead to the next escape, or... Is that how that works? Oh, okay. So that means for the white locks, when I start those, I just have to go over here, right? Since that's the first one visible on the flowchart. Although, to be honest, I should maybe go over here too, just to be safe. Okay. Let's go to the cargo room then. I was just seeing the scene. Okay, that was the, that was at the novel thing? Is it like after the, is it after he talks about Santa Claus or what? The midpoints are usually a good place to jump to. Fair enough. Okay.
Yes!
So I assume it'll stop me after, I assume it'll stop me when it needs me to do something, so. Because I have skip, like, off right now, so it should only skip what I've done before.
We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids. So I had to be like her dad. And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with this big smile. Look, Santa left me a present. He got me that doll I really wanted. I'm so glad he got my letter. She was always so excited. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in her mailbox marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter,
hello, Poke.
I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year.
Huh.
Nice. Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June looked down, uncomfortable. The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Either he hadn't heard the sound or he didn't care. Santa kept talking.
But one year, her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. Uh-oh. That was it. Nothing else. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am.
Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before. He wasn't sure he liked it. Junpei decided it was probably best not to ask Santa any more questions.
What happened?
June glanced up at Santa as quickly as she spoke. He answered, but only with an effort.
She died. She was killed 9 years ago.
Sheesh.
Oh.
There was nothing Junpei could say. His heart felt like a great lump of lead. June bit her lip and looked away. Her face was pale.
All right, let's go.
Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed up the stairs, taking two at a time. Yeah, that was new. Last time it was like the story of the black and white Santas. So yeah, that was a different bit that we got there. Anyway, it does look like that's about the end of that, unless I'm wrong. So let's head back to the cargo room. Whoa. Holy fuck. All right, let's get those cards. Oh man, that means I gotta do... Unless the new dialogue comes before it, this means I gotta do the magic square shit again. Which I don't mind, that was fun. But if it gets to the point where I have to do the box puzzle again, then I'm gonna have to throw hands. You can probably skip to the mid. Oh, okay. We also did learn Stanley's truly red because of corporate capitalism. True, he's just so pissed off about it. Perry, that's not what they meant. There's nothing in here anymore. With this room, I don't think so, actually. Yeah, I just didn't want to risk anything by skipping around, you know? I'm just going through the whole thing to be thorough. Scaffolding. We don't have the things for that thing yet. Put the thing in the thing and the thing in the thing. It's the first thing coming before you put the... I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're not asking me, but I don't know. There's no achievement? Okay. That's good. Where the hell is the last card again? Oh no, yeah, it's just right here, huh?
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards.
Slap them in. Junpei heard a noise. He spun around and stopped just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence.
Hey, June, are you okay?
She did not respond. Junpei spun back around and stopped to face Ace.
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finished the box thing, alright? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you.
He shoved the cards in Ace's hands and ran off toward June.
Are you alright? What happened?
What happened? Junpei called out to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I just tripped.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
A box? What's inside? Junpei put his palm on her forehead.
You're still warm.
Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time we checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed help, or needed quite so much help standing up.
Still, to fall down like that, I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off of her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed and her face was a bit flushed, but she did look a great deal better than she had before. She was in a pose that looked like she was getting ready to floss. Still.
All right, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious. I just need a little medicine and some sleep. And I'll...
Medicine, huh?
We need medicine.
If we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company.
Huh? 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 Huh?
Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think.
Again, I must say.
Huh?
Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
I mean, we know the name Cradle Pharmaceutical, but I don't think we knew that Ace was attached to that.
Soparil. Soparil. I've heard of that before somewhere.
Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard about Soparil before. You know, the fucking craziest part about this was that I was going to say at one point when Ace and Santa were standing next to each other, I was going to say, I feel like they're linked in some way, but I can't quite put my finger on it. And lo and behold, what do you know? Santa continued.
Soparil. It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature. A lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different
Surprised
groups.
they didn't say 9.
It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and
I heard
simple.
it from the old man himself.
From Ace?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second-class room. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Well, that seems simple.
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing.
As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes.
What the hell is he doing?
He turned back to June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, all right?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
He gave them both a short nod, then turned and headed toward Ace.
What are you doing?
Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The old man turned to look at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat.
What happened?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
Okay, sure.
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
Ace held the cards up to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan.
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
Junpei looked down at the cards in his hand. All the pictures were quite clear, and each person was easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad?
What had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia. Well, Put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs looking quite depressed.
Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
Come on, dude. If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he keep Ace's condition to himself, at least for a time being.
Oh well.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
Doink. 9 pictures, 9 cards, 9 boxes. It's like some kind of Zero escape. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began.
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest.
I think that's probably the key.
And finally, the 9th.
Okay, well, is there any... Okay, well, just to be certain, before I go jumping over here, is there anything else I need to do? Is there any other new scenes I need to see? I just want to ask that first before I go, like, timeline hopping again. Because, like, key or no key, I do, you know, I would like to see, like, you know, new scenes.
Yeah! Oh, they opened!
He peered inside. I mean, I have the other ending on this branch. I assume this unlock will let me go to the other one. You might just want to go to the section after the escape room just in case. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah. I don't want to do that magic. I mean, the magic square shit was fine enough. I don't want to do that box puzzle again. I'm just going to move over here. Hope there's nothing inside that escape room I didn't miss. Let's skip around. Doink. Skip around. I don't think there's anything important, but I don't remember. Yeah, I mean, the fast forward is fast enough to where, you know, if there is nothing, it really won't take too long for me to go one way and back the other. Yeah, it takes like 5 minutes. It's fine. They go up to the door, they back away, they look at the carpet, they look at the coffin. Look at the coffin. Look at the... They go around, they go into the... They do the thing, Oh, it fucking went back to adventure mode on me. Not that it matters right now, but... Actually, wait, maybe it does matter. Seven Lows responded as best they could. We just went through the door together, but Clover barely spoke to us. She just did her own thing the whole time. There are 4 rooms on the other side of door 1. She wouldn't let us into the 4th room. She just said, I'll take care of this one, shut the door. She must have blocked with something on the other side. We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out. We called for her, but she didn't answer. So I kicked down the door and we went into the room, but it was empty. Clover wasn't there, and there was a door on the other wall, and it was open. We figured she opened the door and left by herself. We ran after her, of course, but, well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured that much out. Clover's gone. Junpei thought for a moment. When did this happen? We got here just before you. You certainly have excellent timing. So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase? No, we haven't. Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern. We have to separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time. Let's begin. There were quick nods all around. The 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran to a large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around under the beds and in the corners. She's not here. Okay.
Alright, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Just double check where I am. Okay, yeah, we're still here.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him.
June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go.
There's a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame.
Good. We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Junpei and June slipped through a door and moved down the hallway, stepping into the shower room.
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
Her voice was faint. She placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green.
The smell is horrible.
The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei had eaten the lunch, he would certainly have difficulty retaining it. If only the bomb wasn't in his lower intestine right now, he could probably get it out. He was so nauseous. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. The only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider.
Let's check the back, just to be sure.
June offered no resistance and nodded weakly at Junpei as he headed around the divider. June offered no resistance and nodded weakly at Junpei as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his head.
No, she's not here.
As he expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body lying in a reddish brown puddle of dry and drying blood.
Snake. Just where did your sister go?
Junpei whispered to what once was Snake. He'd asked rhetorically, of course, that there was no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go.
Get it, Junpei. True.
The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted.
He's fucking dead.
Wait.
The bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of the skin and muscle. Bright white ulna.
Bones.
The pieces fell into place. Huh? Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left
What's
arm
ulna?
is-
Ulna button. It's like a bone.
not
It's a
like
bone, I
normal
think.
person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course. Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic, but the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm. Or at least it had been. Once. That meant the corpse.
Jumpy?
June's unsure voice at Junpei's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to her.
Sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
So there's a chance Snake is still out there, alive. And this is a fake. Junpei and June headed back towards a large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you?
He looked pale and his face was drawn. I mean, everybody... You gotta stop saying their face was drawn. Everybody's face is drawn in this game. It's part of the art style. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat.
Did something happen?
Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is...
Oh,
Clover
man.
is dead.
Ah, fuck.
Fuck! I found her in the first-class bathroom.
What's okay? We just gotta check her ulna and... Wait, no, that's just a Snake thing, isn't it? All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing.
He's fucking dead.
Can't believe it. June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't. And now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place.
Clover. Clover. Why? Why did this happen?
Well, I mean, somebody probably stabbed her. He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse. No breath. But she was still warm and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced its source to her back. A gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, then the killer had taken it when they left. The sleeping blood for sleeping. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover's smile.
Clover.
Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again. Not sure. I mean, consider. I've seen some of the other endings. I wouldn't exactly call her innocent, but you know.
No way.
I suppose in this scenario, yes. He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot.
Let's get out of here, June.
Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom.
Are you alright?
It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes, I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bathroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's hand was up.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover, why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad! She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin! Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show.
I mean, we were smoking crack. I mean, we were on a different floor, I think, a different level somewhere.
So I took off down the stairs to look for you.
Or just in a different part of the ship. Far
After
away.
that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask.
Seven. There's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those
What?
plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh. You think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud.
Seven sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were two doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right.
A closet?
Yeah.
Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured towards a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it.
Figured it wouldn't open.
Wait. Figured it would open?
Huh?
Typo moment. It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it.
Huh?
There was one change, however.
This is...
Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
Rust.
Junpei stared at it, considering.
If there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom.
Huh?
Your ellipses were very inquisitive, Ace. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock, grief, and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5.
Behind this door, the ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
The smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into a violent froth. It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile splattered onto the floor. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of its intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. On the floor, next to the broken mass of the man's head, lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried like scabs on the floor.
Wait.
That was when he noticed.
It's gone. His bracelet. It's gone. It was right next to the glasses.
But now... it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone.
But why?
Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway.
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Yeah.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded.
No, nothing.
Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he expected to find hadn't been there. The ninth man's bracelet.
What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it?
Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom.
Clover.
As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip, and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips.
What was it you wanted to show me?
His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And
Yeah?
I found this.
As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, and knelt down and flipped open her right hand.
What?
She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff.
I mean, there are no well, you're the only cop around here, and you're a former cop, so I mean, I don't really think we need to honor that, but I understand what you're going for.
Well, I did borrow one thing.
What?
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important.
I'm opening it.
He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means right hand?
That's not. In heraldry, the term sinister was used to refer to the left side of a coat.
Oh, okay.
It referred to things on the left side of a bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
Junpei looked at his own left arm. Ah, at the bracelet on his
Does
wrist.
the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet?
It would make sense, I think. He examined the bracelet closely.
There's 2 things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Maybe those 2 words.
How about reading them backwards? Gone and truth. Enog and Hitert.
When he stomps a turt.
What am I saying? Those aren't even words. I doubt that's what the riddle was trying to say. Wasn't a bad idea, though.
Truth gone. Those 2 words.
What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right. You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. Then truth equals right, and gone equals left.
So what, right had left?
The left and right of the bracelet. These 2 things sticking out. So if I...
Press them in the following order. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking god. Okay, I'm sure it's obvious, but this is also very overwhelming, seeing all these rights and lefts right here. Jesus Christ. And then... one after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off in the face of Junpei's bracelet.
Wait, did it just...
He checked one more time, just to be sure.
One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything.
1438341.
He said something anyway. What a dumbass. Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom.
1438341. 1438341. 14383.
Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Its lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the ones he'd just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Junpei slowly dialed the numbers in the bracelet.
1 to the right, 4 to the left, and... Oh.
Finished.
Bingo. I knew it was for this.
A small, telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding.
Let's see.
Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact number 1. An Onary game was played once before, 9 years ago. Fact number 2. Person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. So Snake? Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO. Kentaro Hongao. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff. Nagisa Nijisaki. Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor. Teraraki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Kagechika Musashido. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. 0.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Junpei left the closet. And there were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, Seven, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pocket of his vest.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you?
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover.
The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to his limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice.
Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. Bell rang 5 times, then ceased.
It's 5 o'clock.
We've only got an hour
We don't
left.
have a lot of time left. Let's go.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom.
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and turned around.
Ace, Seven, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Junpei's implication was clear, and Seven understood perfectly.
Fine.
What about you, Ace?
Very well.
Sure.
Beep beep. Beep beep, beep beep. Quickly, they pressed their palms onto the bread. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door. 3 asterisks shone from the res display panel.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand.
Junpei approached it, and he held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk appeared.
I knew it.
Just as Junpei had expected. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Oh man. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well.
Huh?
It looked as though they hadn't found the chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting some answers.
I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they'd hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued.
By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
What?
Just answer it, please.
You're Junpei, of course.
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer.
Huh?
Actually, I'm Santa.
Huh? What?
Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it also was tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued.
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Huh?
Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5. Red? Bitch, that 5 is blue.
Sorry, Ace. I tricked you.
Unless you mean the bracelet. But you said
Of course,
5.
I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face.
You fucking got him, goddamn!
Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth, and so did Ace.
Prosopagnosia?
The others looked confused.
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
You heard Lois begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Junpei and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance that the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
Ace's face tightened, his eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and
And
continued.
you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through.
Oh,
Doors
man.
7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh?
Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting, and Lacey began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his
You
ear.
already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Pleading was not something they had heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness.
Oh, well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person?
I don't think he's quite saying that.
Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Ace's face went pale. Oop. Junpei, they call it Prejudice. Yeah.
I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X.
Guy X.
Guy X's left arm was definitely
My
crushed.
favorite Resident Evil creature.
In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen.
Hold on just a moment. We have, okay, right now we have 7, Lotus, Junpei, Santa. It says 8, 15, straight. Okay.
So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2.
I'm just counting our digital roots right now, don't mind me.
Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did.
Because right now I'm calculating, even if we do, like, condemn this guy for his actions, what now? And will we know about the existence of the 9 door? Are we even gonna get out of there on time? We'll see. I'm just thinking to myself.
Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger.
Watch out,
hanging
he's
over
up to
you.
something.
So you.
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace
What's
spoke.
the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small
What's
piece of
this
paper.
piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and began to read.
The Nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people: Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's.
It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first class cabin.
Then suddenly,
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury, tinged with desperation.
That paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right?
Junpei's eyes narrowed, and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flick off of Junpei as something, anything
Wouldn't
else.
that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and as he realized what he'd done, his eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this Nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all,
First of all, I'm sorry. Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope. You could have.
Huh?
What?
Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a leveled stare. The trap was about to close.
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know.
Oh my god, dude.
Tell me what you were so worried about. What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it?
Fucking get his ass.
Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3. That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped. Halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish.
If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. Oh, yep, new sprite. Yep, alright, we got him. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and held his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down, and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. Oh man, a couple new sprites. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the Red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B deck.
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. He was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
Alright, I got it.
9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The ninth, the 9th man had used.
Oh, true. Oh, true.
I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake.
Just easy to calculate, yeah.
Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me.
Actually, wait, yeah, if this guy isn't actually Snake, then that means that all the times that he was, like, a bit too on the nose with, like, what he was saying, despite the fact that he was quote-unquote blind. He was probably faking that, too. I mean, not to be judgmental, maybe he was actually blind. I don't know. We never got a confirmation, but, like...
The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around. He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep.
Actually, I don't remember if Ace died in Submarine. Yeah, I don't think he did. I remember Lotus, 7, June, a couple of the others. I don't think Ace did, no. He was lying down near the bodies, but, yeah.
Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that. I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me. Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later.
Pretty lucky for him, honestly,
I had to get rid of him before he took action.
God.
With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the Red. I laid my own bracelet in front of the Red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel.
You know, Ace, you can stop talking in the his balls voice at any point. I'm just saying.
The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed.
The man inside the door has passed away. Every time you do a joke like this, it hits me just as hard as the last one. Yeah, fucking. First it was with Layton, and now it's with Ace. God.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m.
Only problem is unlike Layton versus Wright, this is not the last Zero Escape stream. So Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, and then spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes. I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it.
Hmm?
Huh?
Huh? But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Uh-huh. What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks... Did you go take a look at the 9th man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
He was faster. And there she goes.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly.
Oh, man.
Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero. Not you.
Then replugging. Oh, fuck.
I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap. Make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room, if he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was.
God, fucking, imagine getting this ending first.
But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure...
I mean, considering the split and how, like, the locks only show up, it would probably be really hard to do so, but yeah, not impossible.
It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Please just take the L. Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words he'd heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
Huh?
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace. Santa. June. Seven. Lotus.
Zero is one of us? No. Wait, there's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead. Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us? If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us?
I think maybe we're getting a little sidelined here, but fair enough.
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch? She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago.
Probably because his character didn't do so much until now, but hearing Ace swear is just like, Jesus.
You bastard!
Seven roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that.
Notice that he didn't deny that. Notice that he didn't deny that he would like another one.
Let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. Oh! It was a gun! The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed. While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet.
You fucking asshole, dude.
Investigate what's beyond your file. We'll begin later. And with that,
Okay, have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then. Why is it stopping? God damn it! You lied!
Ah. So that's what that meant.
Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Oh my god, oh my god! There's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me!
And because we didn't know any better, we all assumed he meant 0 before.
I had 4 reasons for killing him. As I
One.
said before, in the Nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on.
2.
I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the second reason.
Reason 15, Burger King foot lettuce.
Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago.
Ooh.
It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information.
Number
Lastly,
4.
I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this Nonary game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared at him.
I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The Nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace.
On the other side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Yeah.
Indeed,
Yeah.
I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed, a short, derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look.
Well, there isn't much time left.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious.
Oh yeah, he's got the 9, the 1. Wait, actually, wait. Yeah, no, yeah, he has the 9. Yeah, he has the 1 and the 8, and yeah.
I have the number 9 bracelet, and now I have Lotus.
Yep.
Isn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away!
But we can't risk it.
Junpei, Santa, June, Seven stood frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit.
Now, Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more.
Goodbye.
And he stepped through the door. Fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Damn it!
Soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
June, what happened? Are you alright?
Every fucking time she has a fever, the guys just have like the most like weird looking faces. Every fucking time. Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned, again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, swallow gasps. Santa's hands look like they're the size of her head, yeah.
Okay, really, I'm fine. You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk.
But
he is large, but he's not pointing. Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine.
Here's the hands of it. You're so right, actually.
Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Okay, I believe you.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
Damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June.
Huh.
She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. The resolve was set.
all right. Come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you.
Got it.
Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him. I'm waiting for the fucking clock to chime any minute now.
Let's go!
Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
I don't see them.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors.
Let's check the red.
The display panel read, vacant. He spun around, stopped, and headed toward the smaller door. This red would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room.
Engaged. It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel.
What's that sound?
Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room looking for a source of the sound.
It's coming from over there.
It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or more precisely, what was on it.
The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway, we've got to try.
Fair enough. Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled.
Damn it!
See? Didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Seven pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin.
Right. So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
Da, 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 da. The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What are they supposed to do, Junpei wondered.
Was there some sort of clue somewhere?
Oh, funny animation. Let's go. They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah,
perhaps.
Probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
You never know if you don't try.
Until you try.
Ah!
The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
You.
Fine.
He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps he'd been repeating them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
3438 3421.
Quickly, he typed them in. 3, 8, 2, 1, 2, 1. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It took only a moment.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
There was a click! And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside.
Snake!
Oh, hi!
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but they had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them.
I see. I believe I got the gist of everything.
Oh, he's got the symbol down there.
Have I been sufficiently caught up?
No, there was one thing they kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane.
Yeah.
They decided as much by a look at the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
But that still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that nonary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
It seemed as though Snake was perhaps not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second they wasted.
This is bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet.
The 3 of us can't make a digital route of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh, hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything.
What?
What is it?
Did you take,
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from a face like a cartoon eye.
Zero's bracelet.
What did
Oh,
you say?
yeah.
Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed Seven look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A-deck, the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
Junpei could tell right away that Seven wasn't telling the truth.
He even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
7 plus 2 plus 0 is 9.
Come on, man. I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
We do a little trolling. Anyway, without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the 2 doors. Seven and Snake put their palms on the red. Beep beep, beep beep. Once they'd done that, Seven put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. Now they just needed to pull the lever, and the door would open. Beep beep.
Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh?
What?
What do you mean? Do you think it's O?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying.
Oh.
Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Oh, got it.
Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination.
Let's try all three of us and the bracelet.
It's 14.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 4.
Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep.
It didn't open.
Then this bracelet is not 4.
Then,
Junpei continued.
let's try me, 7, and the bracelet. If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
They scanned their bracelets. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Hey, what do you know?
It opened.
Yes, so it would seem.
7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he
That
thought.
means the bracelet is actually 6.
Uh-huh.
How is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go!
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Oh boy, what is he cooking?
Last?
Resort?
What the hell is he doing? Junpei, 7, and Snake ran full tilt down a long, straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, 7 spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was 0. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed.
But what did he do?
I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off.
Snake's plan had been simple but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. But that's against the rule, isn't it? How? To Junpei, it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it?
My brother's left arm is, it's not like.
Oh yeah, fuck! Oh fuck!
It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's the fake arm.
Don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
He walked through the door easily, without authenticating. He stepped out onto the other side unscathed and began running down the hall alongside 7 and Junpei. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. This is a long-ass ending. They stopped and peered down the staircase.
I think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
They nodded quickly to one another and then jogged down the stairs. It took a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There's a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door.
Let's go through that door.
Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. It said, Incinerator.
Incinerator?
Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever.
If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it.
He pulled the lever down. And with the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. Same cocky fucking grin on his face. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise began to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified, but perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door.
What? Why? Why is there another one?
Well, turns out we were actually right in assuming what the letter said the first time. God damn it. The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command.
Oh, god damn it.
Wish has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face.
What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
I don't know, it sounded slightly British in some line. In some of the deliveries. Look, better safe than sorry.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt.
It's Snake. Oh yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused.
You are alive. Well, not for long.
I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Ace ground his teeth.
If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei 7. The 3 of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
Well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Well, I mean...
Oh, they haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally, I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake.
Junpei could feel his voice going hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him.
What happened to Clover?
Aw, fuck. Corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
Fuck!
The color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly.
No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
Fuck.
What?
Damn, I didn't even need to do the Vine Boom that time.
I'm sorry, did I stutter?
Christ! Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the ninth man had, you remember.
Oh, man.
I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft.
Oh man, this
My knife
sucks.
slid in so easily. There was no resistance.
Also, yeah!
I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful...
Listen, I don't want to waste time right now, but I'm sorry, I can't resist. I've got to tell you how I absolutely murdered your sister.
Someday, perhaps. I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
I know it's not gonna work out, but I'm like, in the back of my mind, I'm hoping it does. Kill it. Snake, kill Ace, please.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake! Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Don't! Snake! Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake, send this man to the penis exploding chamber and have his penis explode immediately. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake!
Yeah, that's what I figured. There was no way he was gonna pull it off, but I was hoping he would. Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room towards Junpei, her eyes wide with terror. Oh right! You let her go, you fucking idiot.
Lotus! Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she'd made a run for it. She reached Seven and Junpei and ducked behind them.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
He raised the gun.
I need her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door.
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
Quickly now. I don't have time for your
Game, I think we fucking get it at this point. I think we know how that particular digital route at the very least works. In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looks like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call Seven.
Sheesh.
I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will be 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. As he began to squeeze down the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh.
Goodbye.
Then it happened.
Kill you.
Oh? Holy fucking shit, he will rise! Let's fucking go! Snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
Not now, calculator. For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward, one step closer to Ace. Then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me. Get back. Stop. If you come any closer, I'll get away from me.
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued a stiff and inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury.
Listen to me. I said don't come any closer. Shit. You bastard.
Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. Fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. But didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. Then his strength was gone. His legs crumbled and his broken, battered body slid to the floor.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally, you're...
But Snake wasn't done.
I'll kill you.
Oh, he's getting back up! Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid towards Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg.
You won't get away.
And the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot in the Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, really does he release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to...
So yeah, I'd like to apologize for my complaints last time.
What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Yeah, damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily. You don't have to die. You could be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. Begging for your life.
Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voices, and their words were restrained.
Snake, that's enough! You can stop now!
Yes! He's right, Snake! You've done enough!
Come on, Snake, let's go! Let's get out of here!
You have to come with us! We have to leave together!
Snake turned towards them. He coughed, and blood splattered across the floor. They smiled a sad sort of smile.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that.
I mean, yes, this is a very fucking cool moment, and Snake is honestly rad as fuck. But also, it is just also very funny to me for some reason to just watch Ace crumble like this.
Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to Go!
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Guys, we gotta get out of here, though.
Damn it! Shit! We're out of time!
Look, he clearly doesn't mind. Let's just go.
We gotta go!
Yeah, we gotta go, dude. Seven ran towards the exit. Lotus followed, but Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines on Snake's cheek where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and he desperately tried to swallow to clear the lump in his throat.
Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now!
Junpei's chest tightened, pulled by taut anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. And then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind.
Snake! Snake!
Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, a larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his side and was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
No! No! I have to help Snake! Snake! Snake!
Honestly, I mean, the voice acting in the game in general has just been really fucking good across the board, but especially here, Jesus.
Get off of me! Let me go!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds.
Guys.
7, 6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright?
5, 4, 3.
Oh man.
1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down.
Oh man.
Beginning incineration.
Oh man. Junpei felt Seven's fist buried deep in his stomach, and his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled with shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door.
No, he's...
There's a small window cut into it. Inside he could see Ace and Snake.
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this!
Are you sure about that?
Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero! Zero!
Burn.
Zero!
Oof. Man, maybe I should have gone for the white locks first. He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. He said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door, in the hallway they'd come down earlier. He made the bright call.
Wait,
Okay.
Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
I have another question, but you know, of course, I'll save that until we're out of this ending, of course, because I don't want to I don't want to break the pace. He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait, alright?
Dude, I dead ass don't think that's possible at this point. But pop off? Question mark? Began to walk again. Yeah, because it's 6 and 9 and 5 and God, what was the other one? What was the last bracelet number? The extra one? They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. Turned around again. He knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe...
Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Work.
He pushed it, and the door opened.
Yes.
Bro is understandably broken. I mean, yeah. God. Junpei was in the large hospital room.
June! Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. Try as he might, he could not find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated, increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step, his legs felt more and more like lead. I feel like it should be like 6, definitely should be 6 a.m. by now, but whatever. I mean, I've been so fucking enthralled, I don't really care about that too much. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there, on the red carpet in the center of the room... June! No, codenames didn't matter any longer. She was Kane.
Connie!
Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran across the room toward her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still. So very still.
No. It can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook, and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving. Slowly, it rose and fell. Relief washed over him.
Connie!
Junpei reached down and gently, very gently, lifted her up.
Connie, are you alright?
Jumpy?
Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Hey, by the way, where's Santa? Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she was fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
No way. No way I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on. All right, Connie?
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids.
Why do I get this feeling of deja vu?
I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke.
Zero. You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice.
What the hell are you talking about? No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. Why? Because you chose the wrong path. The wrong path? Is correct. Your path is inevitable, however. Admit defeat. Where there is shadow, there is light. Where there is the absence of light, there is no shadow. So it is. What are you talking about?
I've had about enough of this dude. Which is really funny considering he's, like, spoken a total of, like, 4 times.
I told
Not
you,
counting flashbacks.
I'm not gonna lose. What?
Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. He heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around and there was no one there. Was it Zero?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
She managed a single nod. I don't like the vibes this is giving off. Oh man, oh man. Eggman Gif, you lose. And leapt for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There's nothing moving anywhere.
Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first.
He didn't want to leave Kane alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel.
Connie.
She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. They're gone, Homer. They left you behind. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before. And now, she was gone.
Oh God. No. No. Where is she? Connie. 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 Connie!
His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it.
Huh?
A strange smell, one he'd smelled before.
Wait. This is... white smoke.
9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. And then the whole thing starts over again. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I forget how I skipped these credits the first time. Okay, yeah, spacebar. The end. Or is it? Chance of loss is not 0. Seek a way out. Nice trailer shot. Would you like this? I mean, yeah, I think I would like to save. Thank you very much. Okay. What do you mean triangle? Oh, man. Okay. So the question I wanted to ask earlier is... So the question I wanted to ask earlier before was, next time, should I, like, go down this route and get all the white shit, or, first? Or should I just go down here, get this marked off first, and then do the white? I'll do the white keys either way next time. I'm just curious if I should, like, get this whacked out first. Honestly, I thought you should have saw a different way out. True. Oh yeah, I plan on getting all the endings, just not today. I think you just do the other route first. Do the white keys, then do the white, then do the right. Oh wait, no, do the right, then the white. Gotcha. All right. Gotcha. Well, in that case, I'll just I'll place myself here. It's not an ending thing. You get locked into sub-ending if you do. Okay.
Well, we really don't have a choice.
Yeah, I'm just I just want to, I'll get this part of the route filled out, then I'll go back like here-ish. You know. But yeah. Let me just get myself like set up for next time then. Door 3.
I want to go through door number 3.
Doink. All right. Okie dokie. Jesus, that was a lot. That was a big ending. That was a good ending. That was a lot. Snake was amazing. Saturday, we will be back with more Zero Escape. Maybe the end? Maybe not. Who's to say? Either way, I have a feeling some big things are coming up next time, so you know. I'll be back with this on Saturday. Friday, I got more Sonic 06, though. So, for now, thank you for stopping by. I'm gonna go die. See you around. Bye-bye.